experience. So some of you probably had gone to boot camps. You've gotten a lot of certifications, about cybersecurity certifications, data analysis and all that. You've gone to several boot camps, you've read online, you've taken courses from Coursera, Udemy and all that. But then you probably have tried to, use style to apply for jobs and you've not been called for any because you don't have experience. And we all know that even entry-level job are requesting you to have experience. And it's understandable, right? Before I will let you know why they actually ask you to gain that, to have experience before getting a job, I will ask us this question, and I want you to give me your sincere answer. If you have an electrical fault in your house, right? Your socket is bad, or you have one big electrical issue in your house, and then you have two persons to employ to do that job for you. One, it's someone that probably transitioned from being a tailor to being an electrician, but he just learned it from YouTube or from one boot camp. We had never really done an actual job on that electrical issues, right? He had never had challenges or solved any electrical issue in anybody's house. And then you have another person, an electrical technician that has had experience over 2 years, 6 months, working on people's houses, repairing electrical faults in houses. Who would you employ to repair the issue in your house? Be honest. The one that just got did the course or just went to small training, but have never repaired any electrical fault in his life, or the one that has been, working as an electrician, solving people's issues in their house, fixing things in people's houses. Who would you give this job to fix the electrical fault in your house? Guys, engage me. Give me your honest answer. Who would you employ? Ayo, who would you employ? The one with experience, Steven. Okay. Guys, engage me. Number 2, the one with experience. Okay. Let me know. Seriously, I want to know where we are. The one with experience. We are excited to have you. Okay, the one with experience. Interesting. Ogene Udogo. Okay. So you see, you will employ the one with experience. And I can bet you I can guess your reason. Because if you employ the one that does not have experience, something will happen. Either it causes electrocution or fire outbreak in your house. I don't need a tailor electrician to fix. Exactly. You don't need a tailor electrician to fix my electrical fault. Exactly. And that is how companies in tech feel like when you are transitioning from one career to a tech career without hands-on experience. They are scared of employing you, because you may cause a lot of issues when you don't know what to do with the tools that you'll be given. When you don't have good quality of work because they never seen you do any work at all. So that is what Amdare is doing, bridging that gap. How do we do it? That is all we are going to know, right? We give you internship. You get to work with companies that we partner with. But I'm not going to go too much into the details. But I will need you to stay to the end of this program for you to get to the nitty-gritties of what Amdare does and how it can help your career growth, right? So today, the person that will be telling us about his cybersecurity career is Ekene Ejike. He's our host today, right? So our guest host. He is a seasoned cybersecurity engineer. He has been doing a lot of work in the cybersecurity field online, on LinkedIn, and he has this passion and for sharing and mentoring people because he also transitioned from another career to cybersecurity. He is a specialist in application security, DevSecOps, and cloud security. So if you are trying to venture into cybersecurity, you should stick to the end of this program so you will understand where and how you can get into cybersecurity even without tech certifications or tech or coming from a computer science background, right? And also, if you're trying to venture into tech space, from a different background that is not a tech background, this program will also be beneficial for you, because you will understand how you can navigate from the career that you are in now to a tech career seamlessly, like Ekene Ejike has done. And he will be telling us about how he got started in cybersecurity, the changes and strategies that he used for his success, then we'll tell you how Amdari Work Experience Internship works. And then I have a special offer for you if you stay to the end of this program. So we'll be welcoming Ekene to the session. Ekene, welcome to the session.
Hello, Ozuchi. Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, welcome. Should I let you share your screen, or?
No, you can keep sharing.
I can keep sharing. Okay, no problem.
Yeah. Can you confirm I can be heard? Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you. Please, if you can hear, can you give us a thumbs up, please? A thumbs up if you can hear, can from your own end.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ozuchi, for the warm introduction. I feel like an impersonator, though, saying that it feels like, nah, I'm not the one. Well, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, good morning or afternoon, wherever you're joining it from. As I can see from the chat that, that we have a global audience. And for today, I'm just going to discuss a little bit about my experience, how I got into cybersecurity, and the things I did basically to get into cybersecurity and IT as a whole, because I like to think of myself as when I write my CVs or my professional experience, I see I have about 5 years experience in IT and security, because you can't take away IT from security. Cybersecurity is all about securing our digital assets. And,
sorry, Ekene. Sorry to cut you short, Ekene. Your camera is up. Can you bring your camera a bit down so we can see your handsome face? So, why are you hiding yourself from us, please?
I have two screens, so I'm looking at your slide up. And
should I let you share your slide instead so you can,
it will still be
with your beautiful face?
All right, so you know what? Let me just reposition the slide. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll just bring it down.
All right.
Is it better?
It's better.
All right. Thank you. Okay, please, next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so I don't have like a computer science or computer engineering background, but I did study electrical engineering. It's not too far from the computer engineering or computer science background, but still, it's not the same as studying those things, because if you're studying computer science or computer engineering, you learn more about cybersecurity, programming, and all of those things, which are, I would call prerequisite knowledge for you to get into cybersecurity, because any knowledge at all helps, be it your degree or hands-on practice. And like I said, yeah, I'll be telling you a bit about my background before cybersecurity. So I think I should just go ahead and start. Next slide, please. Let me just to be sure. All right. So yeah, my background is I studied electrical engineering, and after my study, I was actually passionate about electrical engineering. Things like the examples that you gave, having to wire houses, fix sockets, electrical faults, and all of those things. I actually practiced electrical engineering. I did some wiring, home wiring, fixing electrical faults, sockets, minimal things, and even the major things. So I actually practiced it. And I was quite passionate about it. But an aspect in electrical engineering, not the wiring parts, instrumentation and automation. So that's kind of defined my flair for computers. I've always had, not personally had computers, but I've been opportune to use computers while growing up. From a, I think, 10-year-old, 12, 13-year-old, I've been using computers or seeing how computers work. And, that time I would see all these black screens, people typing in keys. I never knew the word hacking or all of those things. I never knew about it, but I just liked that black screen. Like I wanted to be the one doing all of those, working on black screens and all of that. So after my electrical engineering, after I graduated, in Nigeria, we did something called NYSC. That's a National Youth Service Corps. You have to serve your country first. That's Nigeria. Before you serve your country for 1 year before you can be employed, because there's something called service employment and post-service employment. So it's post-service employment that counts, not pre-service employment. So during that time, I had to do my NYC in a networking firm. So that's how my IT background started proper. That's why you see here technical support and network operations. So I did it in a networking firm, where it was small, an ISP, internet service provider. It was small, not like the big guys like MTN, Airtel, and the likes. So what I did then, networking was quite interesting, but I was never intrigued by it, let me put it that way. Because what I did was to understand networking, like networking is how computers talk to each other. The computers vary, but essentially how it talks to each other. So I understood things like routes, so things like routing and switching, routing and routed protocols. I knew the difference between all these things. OSI model, how to troubleshoot issues using the OSI model, and all of that, protocols. I understood everything networking. I got not to an expert level, because expert level means you can either deploy an enterprise network or a data center network. So that's the CCNP and the likes. I never got my CCNA because I was too scared to take that exam. But I knew deep down that I understood networking, at least the basics. During that time, I was now watching videos of how to transition into cybersecurity, what is even cybersecurity and all of that. I watched a lot of videos, countless. Like I've spent so many hours on YouTube, to be honest. And something struck me. I saw some videos saying you go in this step, first networking, sysadmin, then you may or may not learn programming, then now transition into cybersecurity. So everyone, they all have like different opinions on how you can transition into IT or cybersecurity. But for me, yeah, I found out that, okay, networking is there. I don't really want to get a job as a sysadmin. I was thinking, should I start applying as a sysadmin post my NIC? Or I didn't really want to get like a job working as sysadmin. While I was doing more research, I started to find out more about cybersecurity in general. It was mostly around pen testing, ethical hacking, the fun stuff, or what people think is fun stuff. And I still thought I'd continued learning. Okay, so I now started learning about Linux OS. And I learned about the different types of Linux OS. I took a course in it, just a basic course on EDX. I think it was free at that point in time. Started learning Linux. And what helped me till now, or what still helps me, is the fact that I always practicalize what I did, or anything I learned. And during that time, I could remember quite all right. I had a very funny looking laptop. The screen was almost falling off. But what I did was I installed over 10 different distributions of Linux on that system. What I was doing, what I did that time was, if I installed this, I get tired of it, or it looks boring, I remove and install another one, like that, until I installed 10 different types across. If you read about Linux, there are 3 major distributions and there are sub ones. But at least I installed, out of those 3, I installed 2 major ones and a sub distributions under them. So I practically turned my laptop to Linux system because I didn't really like Windows. And again, in the beginning, I mentioned things about black screens and all of that. So I liked the terminal in Linux better because it's easier to interact with it than that of Windows. So these are some of the things I did, learning Linux at that time while I was still, post-service years, while I was still in the networking firm. So after my service year, I went on to another networking firm, then finally to technical support. And technical support was, I think I did that for about 2 years. And it was during that time I said, okay, let me now, I've always been saying to myself, I want cybersecurity. At that point, I was saying my next job was for cybersecurity. And I said, okay, how can I achieve this? It was during that time I went through a program through a friend introduced me to it. It's more like this and Dari, sort of, but in different company. And I went through that program with the end goal that I will get a cybersecurity job, leaving that place. And while I was in it, it was a very good program. I, again, always practiced, try things on my own. And okay, given the experience I already have in IT, that's technical support, networking, and all of those things, I found scaling through that program was relatively easy because I had the background or technical background. And although I didn't have it coming in, I just read through it or like self-taught myself. Down the line, it was easier for me to scale through that program, even though it started from basics or beginner level to like intermediate or not really expert for intermediate level sort of. And it was quite easy for me to scale through that program, do all the practicals and whatnot. Another thing that technical support taught me was troubleshooting. So it made me relentless in troubleshooting. You know, I would always want to see issues fixed because my job was to fix customer issues, no matter how complex it is. It teaches you how to fix complex issues and all of that. So yeah, the whole everything I'm trying to explain now was it's just that the self-learnings, practicals, you know, allowed me transition into cybersecurity. But shortly, or it was even a year after I did that program, I finally got my first cybersecurity job. And you know, it has been seamless up until now. So I'm currently in my second year as a cybersecurity engineer, with two different companies, you know, for cybersecurity. So yeah, basically transitioning into cybersecurity is all about self-learning. Do as much trainings as you can. I've lost count of the number of trainings I've done. You know, I've never cared about the certificate of completion or certifications per se. I just needed the knowledge, practical knowledge, you know, so that when I'm talking about some technical things, you know, people can, or the technical people or technical audience can relate and also help me do my job very well. You know, in cybersecurity, most times what they want is plug and play. Like the examples that you gave again, you know, about the electrical faults, 2 years experience or building experience. So it's more like moving, taking that your experience, prior experience, fitting it into the culture, the system. You just plug and play because people rarely teach in the cybersecurity industry. Next slide, please. All right, so some of the challenges I faced, next slide. Some of the challenges I faced were, you know, adapting to security concepts beyond IT. Yes, I had IT background moving into cybersecurity. But one thing I got to realize, you know, especially during my first year in cybersecurity, was that time I was at the ISP that I told you about. You know, cybersecurity is about securing infrastructures, routers, switches, computers, servers, and all of that. Sorry, before I just go ahead, just to make sure that you guys are still with me, can I get thumbs up or why in the chat? Just to ensure you guys are following. Thank you, Jones. Thank you, Kalaya. Sunday. All right. Thank you guys. All right. So, what I got to realize coming into cybersecurity is if you have like prior IT experience or any experience at all, you start to see the similarities with what you used to do and how you can secure what you used to do. You know, back then in that ISP company, there were so many security flaws. Thinking about it now, I know because, you know, I saw all they were doing. I was understudying someone actually. So I had like very good knowledge on what they do, how they do it, their processes, their systems and processes. So thinking about it now, I can see so many vulnerabilities that even if I try to, if I want to do a pen test there, I would actually find lots of vulnerabilities. You know, so once you get into cybersecurity, you start to see how you can do in your previous job function, job role, or anything at all you were doing before cybersecurity. You start to see how you can secure those things better, be it IT, be it in tailoring. You know, even in tailoring, okay, let's pick tailoring, for example. You think you can relate cybersecurity to what you do in tailoring. If you're doing, if you're in tailoring, quite all right. You're dealing with hardware, just machines and all of that. I don't speak to the internet. But again, you have communication with the internet in the sense of Instagram, your WhatsApp, all of these things. You have to share your products. And that digital footprint you're leaving, you need to be secure about it. Like you need to secure that entire process. Things like MFA, 2FA for your account, all of those things. Securely storing your pictures, your everything that you do. Everything that you do, you will be able to better do. Like you start seeing loopholes and things that you were doing before that you could have done better with the security mindset or knowledge. Yeah, Jones, you said, yes, I actually did get a cybersecurity job in certifications. Yeah, actually, I did not. I had some cloud computing certifications at that time, but never had any like cybersecurity based certification at the time. Yeah. So again, yeah. So once you get in cybersecurity, you'll be able to see the concepts. Yeah, I'll get to the questions in a bit. Thank you very much. You can leave your questions. I'll get to them in a bit. All right. So again, yeah, you start to see the how you can improve your processes or secure the processes and systems or the way you do things. All right. So the next one was navigating career paths without CS degree. Yeah. So one good thing about cybersecurity is they don't really care what you studied. That's what I've come to. Well, it's different for different regions, but when you come down to the job, getting the job done, they would prefer your skill over your certifications. I'm not saying you shouldn't have certifications. Please don't quote me wrong. I'm not saying you shouldn't have certifications. If you have certifications, that's very good. It improves your chances as well. But when you will be found out, this mostly during interviews, if you meet an interviewer that's quite technical, he would ask you some questions that you may not be able to answer. And because of that, you may or may not scale through. Some interviews these days are different. Some prefer the technical routes, while people just prefer question and answer and different stages. So it all depends. But if you are lucky, you will scale through. If not, you might be met with someone that's quite technical and ask you some very technical and tricky questions, simple but technical and tricky, and you may just miss out because of you haven't had practice. Again, you may have so many theoretical knowledge, but if you can't practice that thing you said you read about, trust me, you can't explain it to the next person. And after the session, you can try that. Try explaining something you've read, any technical thing you've read, someone beside you, next to you, and you will find that challenging. So constant practice is key in cybersecurity, regardless of whatever degree you have. And next is learn programming and scripting. So while in the beginning, it wasn't necessary for me. What I did was because I had a passion for Linux, I'm a Linux advocate, open source advocate. Because I had a passion for Linux, I learned how to use Bash to tasks. That's what I learned how to do. I didn't really like programming, or would I say I wasn't like crazy about programming, but I was just too shy not shy in the sense of shy, but like I just couldn't grasp the concept of programming at my early stages. That's why I just deviated from programming and did IT things. But you'll find out that the higher you go, regardless of the sector you are or which unit you are, cybersecurity, sysadmin, networking, anyone in IT at all, cybersecurity is a part of IT. You will need programming the higher you go, because you need to automate some daily tasks, some simple things that would waste your time. You need to automate those things and get to the bigger issues. So while it may not be necessary, while coming in cybersecurity, it's very good that you either learn Python or Bash. These are the two very good or very prominent scripting languages that you make use of in programming. Then if you want to start developing tools, you can learn other tools. developing cybersecurity tools. You can learn other frameworks and programming languages. And lastly, gaining hands-on experience in security tools. Again, I can't tell you, or I can't stress how many labs I have or how many installations, not just installations, how many tools I have used, all because I wanted to understand how that tool works. I've used so many tools, installed so many, like I've had several labs because I've changed systems, and changing a system will mean that you have to get back your lab, build your labs from scratch again. So I've done those things over and over again, and you'll find out that if you do these things over and over again, you can easily assist the next person closest to you doing these things. You can easily explain these things to the next person closest to you. Because I've practiced on so many platforms, different platforms, I've used different kinds of security tools. When you tell me about it, if I'm not able to remember a fix for it, all I'll need is just a screenshot to see it, and I'll immediately know like the next fix for it. Another thing that helped me was my time in technical support. Fixing customer issues also helped me helped improve my troubleshooting skills. So you would never go wrong if you practice, just practice and practice and practice. Next slide, please. Okay, next, how I overcame these challenges. Okay, so I already explained a bit of this, and what I did was self-learn. I use platforms like this. I know these platforms are paid for. Like I said again, I'm an advocate for open source. I don't mean you shouldn't pay for things. It's very good to pay for things. I paid for a training, a cybersecurity training before I eventually got to cybersecurity role. I think 1 year down the line, or about 6 to 8 months down the line. But again, these platforms, they have free materials. You can always leverage these free resources. But it's not just reading. I wasn't really a fan of watching videos or reading some things for so long. I liked things like a guide, how to. Those are kind of videos I like to watch sometimes. When I want to do something, not like I wouldn't watch videos to read about a concept or something like that. Yeah. So I would go to these platforms, enter these rooms, finish the tasks, answer the questions and all of that, and also try to practicalize these things. Have your home lab. You must have a home lab if you are in cybersecurity or even in IT, networking. You must have a home lab so that you can reinforce this knowledge. Without that practice, it's little or nothing you can do. So it brings us to the next one, hands-on labs. Yeah, again, different tools, Kali Linux. I've used different kinds of Linux machines, Kali, Arch Linux, Red Hat, CentOS, and the likes. I've used different types of tools, security tools, IT tools. And the idea is not to use it to have it against your name, saying I have used these things. Use these tools to complete a task. That's a very good way to gain a solid foundation, a solid knowledge of the tool. Use these tools to complete a task, document it. That also brings us to the next one, which is building a portfolio. Document those things that you have done. It could be in steps. Ensure you include screenshots so that if eventually you share this documentation, you don't know who will help. So one of the things I regret, starting out is that I have done a lot of, how I mentioned the Kali Linux thing, where I installed over 10 different distributions of Linux on my PC. What I did not do that time was document some of the steps and how it affected me. I don't want to talk about other people now. How it affected me was that because I did not document, when I'm trying to install another one and I run into an error, I know this error is familiar because I've been here before, but I can't remember the fix. I'll now have to go and start going on Google, Stack Overflow, and all of this. We didn't have AI that time when I was still learning. It's not like it was long ago. This was in roughly 2019, 2020, but there wasn't AI per se at that time. And there was AI, but it wasn't like how it was now. And you have to Google things a lot. Google is your friend. I had to Google things. I'll go back, Google solutions, and now come back to fix it. But if I had documented those things that time, I wouldn't have done that in just like a few seconds. I would, see the fix, apply it, and move on. But technical documentation of things that you do, projects that you do, using any specific tool, there are several projects online. If you complete any project or how to use a tool, basically, this is where the Western world thrives against people like us as Africa and the likes. When you go online, you see so many Western people sharing videos of how to do these things. But it's not like we don't know these things. We don't put out articles, we don't put out videos showing how to do or how to use a specific tool. I think it's not needed or not necessary, but this is you contributing to something, either a community, open source community, cybersecurity community, or any of those things. So building this portfolio is very good. It could be in form of writing articles, it could be in form of making videos, it could be GitHub or code or any type of project, because GitHub can be used for different kinds of projects. So just do all those things. But what you are doing unconsciously is building a portfolio. Do it and save it somewhere. So when you're building your CV or making your CV, you include links to all of these things. All right, next one is networking and mentorship. And this is something I didn't really have, but I got to understand it. I don't want to say the hard way, but I got to understand that having to network with people is key. Because if I hadn't spoken to people about my cybersecurity aspirations, I would have never gotten the link to take that training, because it was through that training I got the referral to my first cybersecurity job. If I hadn't spoken to people about this, maybe I would have never gotten an opportunity. Maybe I would still be in technical support right now. So network with people. It may not be people in cybersecurity, people in IT as a whole. You never can tell. That person that's already working in IT, you know someone that's in cybersecurity. That's how network works. And network with people, try and find mentors. You mustn't have physical contacts with mentors. You can have virtual contacts, see people online, imitate what they're doing. So these are some of the things that also helped me, because I watched a lot of YouTube videos. I used to watch Network Chalk very well at that time. Network Chalk on YouTube. Like a whole lot of these guys, I used to watch their videos on YouTube, and it's really helped me because I did some of the things they were doing and how they did it. And lastly, earning certification. Certification, again, like I said, opens doors. It gives you an opportunity. But your skill and your technical know-how would allow you pass through that door. So this is like, that's how I view it though. It's not necessary you have a cybersecurity certification going into cybersecurity, because you're still entry level. If you check these certifications, you check their website, they'll tell you need this number of experience before you can write the certification. You actually know what they're saying, because the reason is sometimes when you have that experience, you don't have to read so much before you take those exams. Like when I was in technical support, there's this product I was supporting, it's a network monitoring tool. People were all writing the certifications, reading to pass it, but I never did. I gave myself like 6 months to 8 months into the job. I wrote that exam with little to no reading, and I passed it on first attempt. So that's why those recommendations are there on their website, telling you that you need this number of experience or familiarity with security or whatever framework or tool that is. All right, next slide, please. All right, so what are the key skills that I need? All right, so again, this is how in cybersecurity, especially for the technical roles, or GRC, it's good you have basic concepts of things so that when you're speaking to the technical people, you know what you're saying, and they can believe you because you sound technical and knowledgeable at that point in time. So they wouldn't argue with you so much. But again, especially for the technical people, you see the first one, the networking and systems. You must start from there. because in cybersecurity, don't forget you're dealing with digital equipment. And when we say digital equipment, it varies. There are different types of digital equipment: routers, switches, servers, different types of operating systems. You have your networks, network storage, and all of these different types, NACs, and all of that. And all these tools, they have the protocols, the way they run, the way they communicate. They have different types of logs they generate. So you understanding these systems, these tools, you are able to, you understand how they communicate. That's the networking. You understand how they function, which is the system itself, how they function in terms of how they log issues, how you can troubleshoot and fix issues. If you understand these things, then SOC will not be a problem for you. Network and infrastructure pen testing will not be a problem for you. Or getting into it will not be a problem for you. Let me just rephrase. Getting into these places will not be a problem for you because you already understand networking. For application security, yes, you still need networking and understand systems because you're hacking the applications that are running on systems and they're connected to other systems via network. What else? System security, network security, all these things wouldn't be much of a challenge because you have the basics. And whatever those devices function, basically, they are all interconnected, and they function using something called like the OSI model. So any device that is networked must communicate using that model. So these are just the reasons why you need networking and system. You need to understand it. Then application security, where I got into application security was during that training I spoke of. I first started off with pen tester, which is the fun thing that everybody wants to do. But doing that, I wasn't really intrigued about that pen tester. Yeah, I practiced it very well. But in the end, I also learned SOC. And I was more intrigued by defensive engineering. There's something called detection engineering now. It's kind of a new field, but it's part of the defense side. But you need to understand how attackers think before you can be a very good detection engineer. You need to understand something in PowerShell and all of those things. But yeah, that was the part of cybersecurity I was more intrigued with, threat hunting and all of that. I wrote some articles about it on Medium, published it, and also shared it via my LinkedIn. These were some of the things I was doing that I did not know will come back to help me or to still help me in the future. I did some of these things and built a portfolio that way. I haven't done so many articles, but thinking back, like I said, one of my biggest regrets is not documenting a whole lot of things that I have done. But yeah, if you can gain first things first, networking and systems. The other ones are more like specializations in cybersecurity, application security, threat detection, cloud security, and automation. So automation is the higher you go, the more you need to replicate some of these. You need to automate some of these repetitive tasks. And also soft skills, communication and problem solving. This is something that will never be overemphasized because a whole lot of technical people, they just want to do technical people and not know how to communicate what they have done to people. It's very hard for technical people to explain what they have done to people. One, it may be down to understanding and also down to the fact that they don't know how to communicate because they're all in their head and very technical. And one thing that helped me with this aspect was technical support. I was basically communicating with customers from all over the world, Indians, Americans, Europe, and all of that. And every customer will come with different temperaments. Some will be very angry that something broke and you're not offering solutions. They're all in your own head. So you have to, all in your face, sorry, and you have to communicate properly with them. Some of them will not understand. I've dealt with customers that I don't know whether they can't read or they can't see properly. Sorry to say, I'm not trying to abuse anyone, but it's hard for you to explain certain things to them. Even to show them around is a problem. So you have to just learn how to break down information, and you can only break down information. You can only break down information based on your understanding of the concept or something. So you need to learn how to communicate. Communication is key. Communicate because you communicate to people above you, communicate to people below you. That's management and the likes, and people below you. That's more like technical people. You need to learn how to communicate with technical and non-technical people, how to relate things. And it all boils down to your understanding of things and how much you've practiced. Is the practice that would help you communicate properly. And also some other things like public speaking and all of that, but it's not really necessary. Another thing is problem solving. In cybersecurity, there's lots of problems, a whole lot of problems. Like I can't begin to list. Your ability to solve problems is key, especially if you are in an organization that would not have a robust cybersecurity budget. How can they get some of the cybersecurity tools to solve their security problem? So this is where your problem solving will come in. How you can connect this to this or make do with what they have. You know, I mean, most organizations will have like minimal tools to do the work. How about the ones that don't have startups and the likes? You get to work for them. How do you bring this innovation, you know, that your problem solving skill to the table? So it's not limited to connecting things and all of that. There are still some problems in cybersecurity that you need to bring your own initiative, you know, your own experience. It could be something from tailoring, it could be something from maybe you as a vendor or anything at all in other fields as a developer, as someone else, as someone in another IT field. Bring that knowledge. Every knowledge is transferable to cybersecurity. Cybersecurity just completes IT. That's what cybersecurity, or how I like to look at cybersecurity, completes IT. So everything is transferable. And next slide, please. Okay. Yeah. So practical steps for beginners. Leverage your IT background if you have. If you don't have, it's fine. Leverage your so again, yes, I know everything is transferable, but you need to also cultivate the idea of learning, unlearning, and relearning in cybersecurity, because there are new things coming every day, and what you've learned yesterday may not be valid today. That's how it is in vulnerabilities. So what's not exploitable yesterday can be exploitable today. So you need to leverage whatever skill you have. Whatever skill you have, you may not be transferring knowledge, but leverage whatever skill it is you have, whether in IT background, whether it's even your soft skill, your communication, whether it's a problem solving, whatever it is, just leverage that background and start building on it, you know, building on the fundamentals like networking, systems, and all of that. And also get hands-on experience. You know, you're already in this platform or you've come to this platform and we're all about trainings like Ozuchi explained, you know, bridging the theoretical and technical gap. You know, those with so much theoretical experience, you have time to come and practicalize what you've read about, what you learned about previously, what you've heard, all of those things. So get your hands dirty, you know, build labs, try out different things, you know, even if it's okay, we all use Windows. Try and learn how Windows work, how you can use that Windows operating system better. And these are some of the things that you should just try different things, technical things. Try and learn as much as possible. You know? And also build a portfolio. This is very, very important because these days recruiters ask for this. They also ask for certifications too. But seeing your portfolio, I mean, say for example, now you have contributed to about 10 different open source projects. You have no certification. Tell me that if any recruiter sees that, will not pique an interest in you. Say you've contributed to 10 different open source cybersecurity tools with proof of the proof is documentation, obviously. You know, they can just go to the GitHub repo of Nmap, for example, and you can see your name listed as one of the contributors. For you to be a contributor, it means you know what you're doing. The contribution may be at programming level, it may be at documentation level, whatever, it may be just how to use the tool, that kind of thing. Seeing that alone is a portfolio. You have a portfolio of constantly contributing to open source tools or cybersecurity, or you're sharing knowledge, whatever it is. Just have proof to show that this is my work. Next is networking and finding mentors. So networking is very important in all aspects of life, not just in cybersecurity. You have to network and meet people that will help you grow and all of that. And also finding mentors. Again, you mustn't have personal contact with a mentor. I have if you in cybersecurity industry that I have their contact, I can easily call them. I have the struggle or advice on certain things. But before that time, it was basically, I think it was just YouTube for me at that point in time. I watched a lot of these guys on YouTube, how they do things. I actually like how they do things and wanted to emulate some of it. So don't do what people are doing. Try to make out your own, try to use what they do to make out your own process of doing things. That's how I like to do my own things. I've seen how people do it. If I pick an interest in it, I like it, I'll just make out how to do mine in my own way. So find mentors, physical, not physical, watch them from afar, just look at how they do things and try and emulate what they do. Also, apply for entry-level roles. Yeah, entry-level roles require experience, like Ozzy just said. But again, you have done these things before applying. You have leveraged your IT background, you have gotten hands-on experience, you have a portfolio, you've networked with people, and then as a result of your networking, someone sent you an entry-level cybersecurity job to apply for. Because he or she is confident in your knowledge and your ability or skills. Or maybe your personal mentor sends you something to apply for. Apply for that thing. Just make your CV to fit that role and apply. It's not a big deal. If they call you, good. If they don't call you, still all good. You learn from that and move on. Then lastly, earn certifications. Yeah. So earn certifications if you have done your research and you feel like certifications is the way to go for you. So everyone with different things, and not what worked for me may or may not work for you. But if you can have that hands-on experience, trust me, I would say get certification every time. Don't get me wrong, there are some certifications that give you technical experience. There are some certifications that give you technical knowledge too. But have the hands-on experience, especially as a beginner. Once you are in there, you can begin at certifications. All right, next slide, please. All right, how can I overcome imposter syndrome? All right, so this happens to virtually everyone in cybersecurity. I mean, even my mentor, he would say this a lot. He has so many certifications in cybersecurity. He's very experienced, both technically, theoretically, anything is there. But we're all different in the sense that where we come from, our experiences, our background, it's always an asset. That will define who you will become. Choices you make, things you do and not do, is an asset to you. Again, I explained how I started in cybersecurity. I first thought you have to work as a networking engineer, work as cyber sysadmin, and maybe any other role, maybe technical support, any other role, before finally getting cybersecurity. That was my thinking at that time. But when I was looking at getting into system admin, I applied, I was getting so many rejections. And what I eventually did was learn Linux. Learning Linux gave me that sysadmin experience. With that, I could still go ahead and apply for sysadmin, but eventually I got another networking job, which is still good. And I was using the knowledge of learning Linux was in that my next job, because I remember teaching people how to use Linux. The routers and switches, they run on Linux, the terminal. So that understanding of Linux helped me with automation. I learned Bash as well, how to automate some of these things. So I was teaching my peers how to do those things, even though they had more experience in networking than I did at that time. They even had certifications, CCNA and the likes. I never had anyone, but I was still able to fit in, do the job, learn from them as well, because you're not better than people that have been there before. I learned from them how they do what they do. Environments are different, so you have to learn. Again, continuous learning is key. Keep on learn as much as you can. I remember when I was still on Linux, when I was learning Linux, that course on EDX, I read that, I took that course over for 3 to 5 times. I read the one over again, like start to finish, just to really understand some of these concepts. Aside from that, I used YouTube videos, I used articles, Google, and all of that. So continuous learning. Like if something fails while I'm typing something in the command line, I'll go back and research on that. Not just research how to fix it, I'll research and read about that particular thing I'm trying to do, so that I understand how to do it, how to do it, how to fix it, and a different way to do it. So just learn concepts of how things work and try it out, so you be sure that what you've read or what you've learned actually sticks. And lastly, engage in a community and seek mentorship. So like in Amdari now, will be a community for you, because you're already with like-minded people that want to be in cybersecurity, IT, what's the other one now? The other offerings, sorry, it's not coming to my head now. So yeah, you're already in a community. This is a community, so speak to them, talk with them. You never can tell what you will learn from that person. You never can tell what that person will learn from you. So it's all about exchanging ideas and knowledge, and also seek mentorship. You can, if you want to have personal connection with a mentor, you can reach out to them politely, like on LinkedIn. We have AI now. Tell AI to compose a message for you on how to reach out to someone seeking mentorship, to do that for you politely. These things are key. Next slide, please. All right, so closing thoughts before I go ahead and take the questions. All right, just next slide. All right, thank you. So lastly, cybersecurity is for everyone, regardless of your background, regardless of what you studied, what you've learned before, where you are now, or where you're willing to go. Cybersecurity is for everyone. IT is for everyone. Same, those steps that I explained earlier applies to every other field in IT. Being a developer, DevOps, SecOps, what else? Technical support, network engineer, system administrator, system engineer, all of those things, those steps I explained applies to any field of IT. And it is for everyone. Anybody can transition into IT. Nobody was born a network engineer or cybersecurity engineer. Anyone can transition into cybersecurity. But you have to keep learning and keep practicing. You have to keep learning. Even while you're in the field, you still have to keep learning and keep practicing, so that you can be better than your peers. I'm not saying you brag about it, but you can be better than your peers, grow faster, and have like a successful career, depending on what trajectory, your career trajectory, or what vision you have for yourself. Just keep learning and practicing. And lastly, Peter Drucker said the best way to predict the future is to create it. So start now. When you want to get into IT or cybersecurity, what I hear a lot is I don't have time to study, I don't have time to practice. Use the 30-minute rule. Tell yourself I'll study for 30 minutes, and the rest is history. You can set a timer once 30 minutes I'm done, but ensure that you get value within that 30 minutes that you set for yourself to study. So again, keep learning and practicing. So I think this is the last slide from me. Yeah. So as the chair, I don't know if you want to take it from here, or should I answer the questions?
Yes, thank you so much. We are open for questions now. Thank you so much, Ekene. That was really a great one. Even me personally, I learned a lot. Honestly, I won't lie. So if you have any questions for us, and I'm still going to go to the chat and read the questions that we dropped for you there. So if you have questions for us, just raise your hand, and we'll be picking you one after another to, unmute your mic and ask Ekene any question that you have for him. So we are going to start with the ones in the chat. You can pick a question from there.
Okay. All right, so I already answered the one from Jones. Said, did you get into, say you got a job in cybersecurity without certification? Yes, I did. That's because I had so much practice. And next one, and I also had luck too. It's not just about practice. You need to be lucky sometimes. So yeah. Next one is, can you explain ethical hacking and maybe unethical hacking? Okay, so it's quite simple. Like from the English word ethical means you're doing something with permission. You're doing something legally. While unethical, you are doing it illegally. So one is the good guy and one is the bad guy. So the bad guys are cause problem and the good guys are authorized to do something, which is ethical hacking. So you can think of it like you working as an ethical hacker, a pen tester in a company, you are an ethical hacker. But you are not working for any company, maybe people just contract you to do a job for them. Without authorization, that's the key word, without authorization. That's just different things. Okay, let me see which other one. Okay, how does your program? Okay, I think this is for you. That's it. Okay. Okay, so another one is, as a cybersecurity expert, what is your typical day like? Okay, so my day is, I'm currently a cybersecurity engineer and I do a lot actually. So my job cuts across everything in cybersecurity, compliance, pen testing, application security, maybe not SOC, but some form of defensive things. I do that as well. I also do cloud security. But basically, my day is test applications with an application security person. And DevSecOps is about securing your products. You know, the products you ship out, the applications you ship out, you have to secure it from start to finish. From the day it is planned to the day it's released to the market. So I'm all about securing. That's what DevSecOps is all about, securing your applications or the building of the applications. Yeah. So yeah, basically that's what I do on a day-to-day basis. And I do some cloud security things as well. So it can be chilled sometimes. Sometimes you are everywhere. You know, sometimes you don't even know what you're doing. So it's crazy. It's all of these feelings I want. Okay. Another one is, oh, Kenny said, why don't I like Windows operating system? Well, Windows is it's too much for me. I would say it's too much in the sense that it requires so much resources, you know, it requires so much resources for it to run. And Linux does not. Again, Windows is not free. You have to pay for your Windows operating system, but Linux is free. I mean, you can use a free operating system. Why go for Windows? Windows is a bit complicated. It's a very good operating system, don't get me wrong, but I just prefer Linux because of that black screen. It makes you feel like you have power, you know, in a digital world, digital setting, like you have power, that kind of thing. So yeah, that's why I prefer, or I don't like Windows. Okay, so Jones also said, yeah, that's true. That's public knowledge. Okay, yeah. So I think this is what when I was talking about how the Western world, when you go on YouTube, you see a lot of people from the Western world, how to do this, how to do that, but you rarely see things about Africans. That's because we as Africans don't like to share. You know, we see sharing um, as the downfall of us, you know, sharing what we know as the downfall. But it's actually not true. Sharing helps another person. It also helps you grow, you know, because if you share something that's wrong and somebody challenges you, you learn from that. You know, well, just maybe too scared, I would say. But yeah, so let's just try and share as much as possible, you know. So what else? Great to hear from you, sir. So if we see jobs seeking certification on CSDB, but we're not confident in hands-on experience, we should go. Yes, please go for it. There's no harm in trying. Apply, 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 but keep learning. Apply and learn, apply and learn. Again, everybody and their opinions. If you feel like you want to get certifications, please get certifications because it is how you feel that will determine the outcome of something. I don't know if you heard about the game of the mind. So once you think something, it becomes your reality. So if you're thinking in certifications for you, please go for certifications. If you want hands-on, but I would say hands-on beats certifications most of the time, if not all the time. So yes, if you see a job that you're not qualified for, still apply. Okay, if I'm interested in someone trying to say something.
Someone asked, is programming a must learn for being a cybersecurity expert or engineer?
No, it's not. Oh, so for being an expert, yes. So if you want to be a cybersecurity expert or engineer, yes, you must know programming. So the reason why is, as a cybersecurity engineer, you've gotten to the level where you can automate things. You've gotten to the level where you can build your own security tools. It may not be a full-fledged security tool like Nmap or like Bob Suite, all of these fancy security tools. But it might be something limited to the command line that you can use to get something that you do every day, used to, automate that task. So being a cybersecurity expert or engineer means you can script some things, you can automate some things. So yes, at that level, yes. While you may still overcome it or scale through it, but for you to call yourself a master in cybersecurity, you must know programming. I used to think otherwise, but that's
For the
just
last question, this is the last question we're going to take before we move forward, because I have a lot of things to, unpack for you guys. So if I'm interested in ethical hacking, this is from Mary, but not digital forensics, do I still need to invest time in learning digital forensics?
in ethical hacking, but not digital. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of the difference. So the thing about cybersecurity is every unit of cybersecurity have a meeting point. You can ask about this. Every unit of cybersecurity has a meeting point. That's why when you're in cybersecurity, it's easier for you to transition from, say, for example, digital forensics to ethical hacking. Because in digital forensics, it's an investigative part of cybersecurity, but it's still defense. Ethical hacking is offensive security, while digital forensics is defensive security. So if you know digital forensics, you already know how malware works. You already know how operating system works. You can extract information from operating systems, anything at all. You can take that knowledge and become an ethical hacker in the sense that you can now create malware to attack systems. You can now create things like backdoors and all of these things to attack systems. So you would use this in an ethical way in an organization just to simulate threats. Maybe organizations have like a cybersecurity day where you try to simulate things between blue and red team. Because you already have that skill as a digital forensics person, you know about malware, you know how to investigate these things. You can easily create one. You can easily transition from any unit in cybersecurity to anyone. So yes, if you invest time in digital forensics, it's not a waste. So what people will say sometimes is just get started with cybersecurity. Once you're in, you can move to your preferred destination.
Okay, this is the last question we're going to take before we move forward. So Sunday Osuku is saying, can we focus on a particular area in cybersecurity?
So yeah, this is a very frequent question, especially with beginners in cybersecurity. Well, yeah, you can if you have made up your mind that this is what I want to learn. But again, you are limiting your options to get into cybersecurity. Remember, the goal is to get into cybersecurity. If you say only this, it may take a longer time for you to get into cybersecurity. So don't limit your options. Learn everything. You may not go in depth, but learn everything so that when you are applying to jobs, you can tailor your CV to any role that you want to. So my advice is, don't focus at this time until you are in that role or in cybersecurity. Sorry.
All right. Thank you so much, Ekene. This was really very insightful and knowledgeable. If you got anything, if you feel like Ekene's session was really insightful for you, you got a lot of information from him, give him a thumbs up. If you enjoyed Ekene's session, give him a thumbs up, guys.
Thank you guys. Thank you everyone. Yeah, thank you for listening to me rant as well.
Thank you, guys. So thank you, Ekene, for today's session. Like, it was really impactful. I enjoyed it, even as someone that I don't want to go into cybersecurity, but it's really, really interesting. Your journey was a tremendous one. Thank you so much for hosting us. All right, guys, moving forward. So someone was asking, what does Amdari do? Right? What does Amdari do? What is Amdari all about? So coming from Ekene, we've already learned that without experience. Okay, Adeni Palumi, do you want to say something? Okay, I think that's a mistake. Please, guys, let's mute our mic because the information we are beginning to be getting now is very, very important, and I would like everyone to pay good attention. So, Ken has already told us what it took him to get here, despite being an electrical engineer. So, I always tell people this: see tech as you learning a technical work. That is why it's called technical, right? Like plumbing, like electrical work, like trying to learn mechanic, repair cars. That is basically what tech is. But then in a software area, you're not working with hardwares now, you're working with softwares. And that is the reason why companies are not interested in hiring even entry-level roles without experience. So I always give this analogy and I ask, if you go into a barbing salon and you have an apprentice there, 2 or 3 apprentices, and the main person that you always go to for getting a haircut is not available, would you allow the apprentice to barb your hair, like to give you a haircut? Or would you allow an apprentice to make your hair if you're a lady? Let's face it, the answer is no. Because you've not seen them give someone else's a haircut. You've not seen them plait someone else's hair or make someone else braid. And that is the reason why in tech recruitment, I'm not talking about any other career, but when it comes to tech, it is ever evolving. And you must get hands-on experience to be able to land the role that you want. Trust me, certification is important. Yes, it is. But do you know what certifications can only do for you? It only give you like a gateway. It will get you interview calls. It will get you the interview link, right? Then when you get to the interview, what happens? You cannot defend yourself because you have not used these tools. Because you have not used these tools to do any work. You've not gotten any hands-on experience. And we've noticed that this is the problem. Companies won't give you a job and you can't get this experience anywhere, but you need it to also land the job. And Dari provided this work experience program and internship to help tech career people to get hands-on experience, whether you're in cybersecurity, data engineering, data science, data analysis, you're trying to get into any of this career, financial analysis, and Dari is offering you an opportunity to get hands-on experience working in real life projects, right? For different industries. So we have partner organizations, we have business partners that give us their real unique data challenges. And then we get to give you these data challenges and you work and brainstorm together with your other peers. So these your peers are other of your colleagues are also here to get hands-on experience, right? You work as a team. You put your heads together, you find solution to this problem, which is very important. Now, if you were listening to Ekene's presentation, remember when he spoke about soft skills. Soft skills are very important in landing a job. So let's assume you are working in isolation, but then if you get a job, you're going to be working as a team. How would you understand how to communicate better? How would you understand how to put heads together with another team member to solve a pressing problem for the organization you're working for? The only way you will get to have that good communication skill, good collaboration skill, which is very important in organizations, and also improve in your problem solving skill, is when you work in real life projects with other persons. And that is what Amdari is offering you. So when you get this unique data challenge from these our business partners, you put your heads together with your team members, you find solutions to these problems, right? you come out and present this solution to the key holders of these business partners. You present the solutions to them, you evaluate these solutions for them, and you give them recommendations of what they can do from the results you've gotten and how they can apply it to their business for their business growth and for them to make better business decisions. Now, after you've done with this project, you've presented it to the business partners, of which, remember when Ekene was saying that a lot of Nigerians, a lot of Africans, and some persons don't, go out there in YouTube to teach people. It's not because they don't know, but presentation skill is something you also acquire, and you also get it only when you are working on a proper project, right? So learning this skill, brainstorming with your peers and solving this problem, and the ability to make presentations to key stakeholders is giving you an all-round experience, both technical skill and soft skill and presentation skill, that is going to help you to go further in your career. Now, when you're done with this project and you've presented to the team and the key stakeholders, in Amdari platform, there is a portfolio. And thank you, Ekene, for mentioning it. It is very important. You talk about documenting your journey. And that is what you do with your portfolio in Amdari. All the projects you've worked on, everything you've done is being documented in your portfolio that you can share to recruiters when they ask for it. You can share it on your LinkedIn for recruiters to assess it. You can share it on your Twitter or any of your social handles, Facebook or wherever you feel like recruiters could see it and call you for job interviews. Then Amdari also give you LinkedIn recommendations and also help you optimize your LinkedIn. Some of us probably have good experiences, but our LinkedIn is nothing to write home about. When someone goes to your LinkedIn, they cannot actually tell what you do. They cannot actually tell the skills you've learned and how you've imparted, in organizations. And that's a big problem. There are a lot of persons that I know that actually did not apply for a job, but because of how they've positioned their LinkedIn page, they get pushed by tech recruiters. They get DMs from tech recruiters asking them, please, I saw your profile. I saw you've worked on so-and-so projects. I clicked on your portfolio and I went through your portfolio and we're interested in you. Please, are you open for a job? That is the best way you land, especially when it comes to tech jobs, right? And you can only do that when you have worked on real-life projects. Present them and put them on your portfolio. Exactly. Can I say very true? That is exactly how it works, right? So moving forward, in Amdari as well, we have job boards. What are job boards? If you have really applied for jobs recently, you can attest, whether recently or some time ago, it's a very difficult thing to do. Trust me. Sometimes some people lose hope and just get tired of it. Scrolling endlessly on LinkedIn, scrolling endlessly on Glassdoors, Indeed, name it, GitHub, looking for tech jobs. It's not easy. You have to filter remote jobs, hybrid jobs, jobs that have been posted to you 2 weeks ago or 2 days ago, so you could apply. Amdari did all that work for you already. So we have our platform is embedded, to get all these remote jobs from different platforms, from LinkedIn, from Upwork, from Glassdoor, Flex Jobs, all remote jobs is in Amdari. So as you are working on these projects and building your portfolio, you can as well, apply for jobs through. You don't need to go to LinkedIn or Indeed or any other platform looking for jobs. The jobs are being updated every day, every minute in the platform. So you go ahead, you click on it, and you apply for your job while you're also studying, right? That is one fantastic thing about Amdari internship. Now, you will ask, oh, but my CV is this. I'm trying to transition from sales to cybersecurity, or I'm trying to transition from, customer service to business analysis or data analysis. How would I do it? Amdari helps you rebrand your career. How do we do that? Now, whether you are a salesperson or you are coming from customer service, you have transferable skills, right? And also, there is a gap in communicating your experience to HR personnel or tech recruiters. Some persons may not know this, but you could actually have hands-on experience. You can actually have experience in the tech career that you're pursuing. But if you do not know how to communicate this experience to tech recruiters for them to understand the actual project you've worked on, the impact the project had in this organization, you will likely not get the job because you're not the only one applying for it. So what do we do at Amdari? We have CV professionals. We have tech recruiters that knows the nitty-gritties of, the things that you need to put in your CV while applying for a particular job or when you're pursuing a particular career. They know what tech recruiters are looking for when they open your CV. So we help you revamp your CV, right? We also help you prep one-on-one, get to do one-on-one interviews with us where we prep you for interview questions, and then we still ask you these questions for you to be more confident to answer questions where you're out there. You have multiple role experience. You work with a lot of industry in Amdari. How do you do that? Our business partners are not just coming from maybe a fintech company or FMCG. We have business partners across different industries. If you have applied for a role or you have been regular in job application this period or like anytime, maybe from last year, you must have noticed one unique thing. I'll give you an example. Let's assume you're a salesperson and you want to go into fintech company. You learned, fintech pays a lot, but then you're coming from FMCG company as a salesperson. You realize that you will find it very difficult to get jobs in fintech because you don't have fintech experience. When you look at the job description, you always see they are looking for candidates, maybe let's say entry level, 2 years, 1 to 2 years experience, have experience working in fintech. That alone has already scored you 0. And that is what Amdari is trying to cover up for you. By doing what? Giving you projects across different industries. So the projects you're going to be working on is not just projects from just a fintech company. You get projects from fintech companies, projects from e-commerce companies, projects from FMCG companies, right? Projects from different, industries. And that will broaden your horizon. So when you're applying for jobs, let's say you did data analysis and you see a job that is in health tech, you already have a project that you've worked on in Amdari that is under health tech. You have this confidence to apply because when they call you for interview, you have something to say that they can relate to it. If you're applying for fintech, you already have a project you've worked on during your internship, right? In a fintech organization, our fintech business partner. And now you have this confidence to apply for this role. And when they call you for interview, you can speak on it and they can relate to this, unique data problems that they have, and that you have had that issue before and you've solved it for a previous company that you worked for. This is the way Amdari makes you employable, right? We also give you what they call it, reference letter. So for companies that will require you to, get reference letter, you have 2 years reference letter from Amdari. And mind you, these industries that we partner with are not Nigerian industry, I'm sorry, but these industries or these companies are companies that are in UK, US, Canada. So for some of you that has, immigrated to some countries and probably have tried, to apply for jobs, and they always request that you get job experience from their own country, right? You are covered by Amdari because these projects that you are getting from our partner companies are projects from companies in UK, US, and Canada. So if you're understanding what I'm saying, give me a thumbs up. If you're following what I'm saying, give me a thumbs up. I want to ensure that we're not sleeping on this call. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, Ekene can hear me. Okay, Ayo can hear me. Okay, good. So this internship experience spans from 3 to 6 months. So you can decide to end in 6 months, or you can decide to end in 3 months. But I always encourage, professionals to finish their internship, their 6 months internship. And this is the reason why I encourage that to happen. Now, assuming you start your internship and in the first 3 months, you've worked on, let's say, 3 or 4 projects, and you get so excited. Obviously, we always, encourage our consultants to start applying for roles as soon as they start working on projects, right? And then you land the job. I know that excitement to, leave the internship, but I always encourage professionals not to do that, because it will be to your own disadvantage. Why? So let's say you got into this job and then you stop the internship. Maybe 3 months or 4 months, you don't like the organization during your probationary period, and you want to leave and you got something better. And now you saw something better, you want to apply, and it's in fintech. And let's say when you left, you've not done any project in fintech, right? Any project in financial service company, which you would have done if you had stayed to 6 months. You will realize that it will be very difficult for you to get a job in the financial service. So it is always beneficial for professionals to finish the internship to the end, so you immerse this experience across different industries, which will help you broaden your horizon. So you don't have to, be selective of the company you're applying for, right? Because you know that you already done the projects in such companies, and you've gotten experience, and you have confidence that when they call you for interviews, you are going to get the job. So as an intern in Amdari, like I said before, you get a CV revamp and CV review for yourself, LinkedIn optimization, and we have mentors that are professionals in the field you are pursuing. We have mentors in cybersecurity, we have mentors for data analysis, we have mentors for data science, data engineering, financial analysis. So you're not alone, right? Lucy, I'm coming. I'm going to answer everybody's question. Just raise your hand. I'm going to call you up when I'm done with my presentation, right? So these mentors will guide you during your internship. You're not going to be alone. For some persons that may find it very difficult, to work with some tools. So let's say you are doing data analysis and you don't understand how to work with Python so much. You probably have just beginner knowledge, right? You have a career coach as well that gives you advice. These are experts in this field, expert career coach, experts in the field that will give you one-on-one mentorship while on your discussion. So you're not alone. We are holding your hands while you go, because it's important to, gain this experience, not just by yourself and by your, colleagues that you'll be working with, but as well experts have been in the field that have done that have passed through, all the challenges that you feel you're going to pass through, and they can guide you along the way, right? The interview preparation, go through interview preps. So it's one thing to learn a job. It's one thing to get hands-on experience, and it's one thing to communicate when we are called for interview. Some of us have stage fright. Some of us are scared, of speaking. Some of us don't understand what it means by tell me about yourself. To be honest, some persons don't know. So this is what you're going to pass through to prepare you, to make you employable for the job roles that you're applying. The access to remote job, I've already spoken about that, online portfolio, and the reference letter you're going to be getting for us for 2 years, right? I'm going to show us both the portfolio and the remote job board that is in Amdari. Now, there's something a lot of persons don't know. When you go out there in the streets or social media or some places, LinkedIn, Twitter, people always say, oh, there are no jobs, there's so much rush, companies are not posting jobs. But mind you, in tech, some professionals are working 2 jobs, 3 jobs. Am I lying? I'm sure you know 1 or 3 persons that have 4 jobs.
Very correct.
And why is that? And why is that? Let me tell you why that happens, right? Because companies, as well as you are crying that you've not been able to land the role, tech recruiters and companies are crying that people are becoming unemployable. You must have noticed some time ago when I was applying for jobs, I will apply for a job, then I don't even know what I was doing. Apply for a job, they will close the job, and then 1 week later, the job has been reposted. Why? Because the persons they got are not employable. They don't have the skill. I don't even have the skill, so they did not call me. So companies are taking 5 months, 6 months to close some roles in their organization because people are not employable, because they don't have the necessary skill that is needed, in that job. And then most of them, you will see that people that have the skill are taking these jobs. They will lie, they don't have jobs. They are taking these jobs, they are doing 3 to 4 jobs, earning a lot of money. While there are persons that are out there that are losing opportunities just because they don't have hands-on experience to land these roles. And that is why Amdari internship is very important. To get internship now is very difficult. If you have tried gaining internship, you will agree with me that gaining internship is very difficult. Since COVID-19, companies have tightened their purse and they're not interested in giving out free internships that they will still pay you to come and work for them. In fact, some internship, they require you to know how to use some tools. And I understand another reason why they don't like, or have limited spaces for internships is this. You're coming into tech. Most tech jobs are remote, which started after COVID-19. Now, the managers, the experts are working from home. Who would show you how to use these tools? Because even as an entry-level tech employee, you also work from home most times. So who exactly will teach you how to use these tools? And that is the reason why it is important to get this hands-on experience, to gain competence in your technical skills, to gain competence in working independently, and to be able to show that you can deliver a quality job for any company that will get you hired. Now, we have an open cohort for February 8th and March 8th. Now, this our internship is not really for all careers, right? As you can see, it's listed here. For now, we are focusing on data analysis, data science, data engineering, HRA analysis, financial analysis, cybersecurity, project management, business analysis. And then you may ask why. For now, that's what we are focusing on. But there is something about data that I don't think a lot of people understand. Data is the big thing. If you have you ever spoken about, maybe to your wife or to your brother or to your sister, you've said, oh, I want to get this power bank, or I want to get this phone. If I have money, I'm going to get this phone. And then you go on Facebook or you go on Google or anywhere, it seems like magically what you just spoke about appears. If you've experienced that, just give me a thumbs up or raise a hand. You've experienced that? Exactly. This is what we call that is collection of data. Companies collect your data for competition. Companies collect your data for performance. Companies collect your data to, make specific products for you, to recommend specific products for their customers. So data is a very big thing in business. Without data, you cannot understand digital monitoring spirit. But that is what they use to recommend things for you, right? So let's say you own an ice cream shop. It is data that will let you know the flavor that your customers prefer. It helps in making business decisions. So till next 20 years, next 30 years, data is a big deal. In every field, in health, in finance, in every field you could think of. Even in hotel, data is important. If you are doing hotel management, it's also important. So there was a research that was done recently where they're talking about jobs that are going to be redundant as the years come by, and jobs that are going to be in demand, and data analysis job, cybersecurity job, project management, HR analysis are the jobs that are at the top of the charts. Why? Data is the new oil. Cybersecurity is the new oil, because a lot of tech software products are coming out. You've heard people said their social media has been hacked, their app has been hacked, their bank app has been hacked, and this has been people are unethical hackers are there to destroy, to steal. So as long as there are softwares that thieves who want to steal from or want to destroy, cybersecurity engineers will always be in demand. As long as business is there and you need data to understand how your customers behave, how to make better decisions, business analysis will be there. Business analysts will always be in demand. Should we go about finance? HR analysis. People are being employed. It is not easy to employ persons. You need the skill to understand how to, poach better candidates for companies. The HR analysis is always there. It's the high demand career. So if you're looking into any of this job, you know that you are going into the biggest thing that is coming, right? Now, tech is ever evolving. I don't know how many of us have heard about DeepSeek this period. DeepSeek that everybody have been talking about. ChatGPT that everybody has been talking about previously came out 2022, and barely how many years, barely 3 years or so, DeepSeek is here to take over, and that is why tech is ever evolving. You have to always keep learning. You have to always keep updating yourself. Try to know what the big thing is. Try to understand how to use some softwares that are coming up. Else you'll be left behind. Like people were left behind during COVID-19. A lot of persons were left behind because they cannot use some software tools. Am I lying? There were a lot of retrenchments. Right? If there were a lot of retrenchments during COVID-19, let me see your hands. And it's because some people are not evolving. They cannot use remote tools. They cannot use tools to work in remotely. They cannot operate some softwares. So when you are going into tech, you should know that you are always going to be learning new things to update yourself. So our cohort is starting February 8th, which is next week, and then 8th of March. So because this is our last, this is going to be our last webinar for the month, we are having only 20 slots for, people that came to this webinar today. And we are running a discount. We are running a discount for all of you that have stayed to the end of this program today, right? Which is 25% discount. Usually our internship work experience was originally $600, but because of some complaints we've heard from some of our consultants that not everybody are career switchers, some are just graduating from schools. So we have a 5 installment payment available, which you can secure your slot with $90. So with $90, you can secure a slot for data analysis, data science, data engineering. If you're doing any of this career listed here, you want to gain internship experience with any of the career listed here. We have only 20 slots left. So you can secure a spot with $90 today before 31st out. Right? 31st is the ending of 31st. So the offer lasts 31st. So if you are interested in starting your cohorts, your internship cohorts with the February or March cohorts, you can secure a slot now. I cannot guarantee that the discounts will continue after January 31st because it's a lot of money. 25% is not $1, right? So yeah. So if you're interested, my colleagues are going to drop the link in the chat box. Please state in Naira. Jones, I'm going to show you the payments link and I'm going to show you what it is in Naira. Okay, so stay online. So before moving forward, I will show us how the job portfolio looks like, right? I don't know if some of us know what a portfolio looks like, but this is how it does look like. Can you see my screen? If you can see my screen, give me thumbs up or wave. Can you see my screen? Okay. All right. So this is how the job portfolio looks like. So when you apply for the internship program, you also start building your job portfolio as you go. So your job portfolio has your picture, it has your name and the career title that you're pursuing, right? And then a brief history of your professional, experience, just a brief history. And then it has this, can you see my portfolio, right? It could state how many years you've been in, you've had experience, you've been in your career, how many projects you've worked in total. There are links to your LinkedIn, to your Twitter, or even Google, if you want to share your portfolio to any of these handles, right? This is what your recruiter is going to see when they click your portfolio. Either you put it on your LinkedIn or you share it with them. When you share with them, this is exactly how they're going to see your portfolio. They're going to see the works you've done, how many years of experience you have, the tools that you are competent with. If you've worked with wireframe, if you've done data visualization, HTML, Python, and all the softwares you are competent in, they will see all of them here. They can see your contacts, your call, your phone number, your email to contact you as well, and your LinkedIn link to be able to see your LinkedIn profile. All your projects, all the projects you've worked on appears in your portfolio. So, I mean, that is the reason why a lot of tech recruiters like to see portfolios, because they can see virtually everything that you've worked for, everything that you've worked on, and so your portfolio shows the journey of your career, right? So this is your school, your education, and all the certifications you've gotten. Then this is the work experience, the companies you've worked for, and so on and so forth. So now we move on to the job board. So while you're updating your portfolio, like we advise, when you've gotten to like 3 months, we always tell our consultants to start applying for jobs. So this is how the job board looks like. So there's no need for you to really go on LinkedIn because everything just comes here, right? This was updated 2 days ago, data scientist. So if you want to apply for, let's say, a business analyst role, you just type business analyst. And then all the business analyst jobs, and all these jobs are remote jobs. You don't have to go to any office or whatever it is. You can get jobs from any country. You can be in UK, apply for jobs in US. You can be in US, apply for jobs in UK. You can be in UK, apply for jobs, in Canada. You can be in Nigeria, apply for jobs in US or wherever country you are, Cameroon. It's a remote job as long as your portfolio speaks to what the job is requiring from you. It's a no-brainer, right? So this is how the job board looks like. All you just need is type the title of the job you're looking for, and it comes out like this. And when you click on the job, when you click on apply, I'm going to share this tab. Okay, this is not found. Share this tab instead. So this is basically how the portfolio looks like, right? So now I'm going to share the payment platform with us. Can you see my screen? Exactly. So now this is how the payment platform, if you click the payment platform that has been sent on the chat right now, this is what you see, right? You see the payment registration form, you read the terms and conditions, and then you scroll down and check which career internship enrollments do you want to go for. You could go for data analysis, data science, data engineering. So let's say you want to go for cybersecurity, yeah? You click reserve seats. So when you click reserve a seat, this is what's going to pop out for you. So here you can go to this icon here. This is already in Naira. For someone that was asking what it is in Naira, $90 in Naira is 155,970, right? So that is what it is in Naira. So you can always go here if you're not in Nigeria, you want to pay in dollar, you want to pay in pounds, you just click here and then you select the country that you want to pay from, right? So let's say your Cameroon. What does Cameroon people use for? CFA. So if you want to pay in CFA, this is what will appear, right? So you basically just select the country currency you want to use to secure your slots, and that is that. So when, let's say I decide to choose 5 months payment, which is 5 installment plan, and then I click secure internship. So it will give me a breakdown of the dates that I will proceed with the remaining payments every month, right? And then you click proceed. Then you fill your name, your phone number, and I'll just fill something there. So basically, when you fill this and your phone number, okay, this is not showing me I think because I filled wrong information. Let me fill it the correct information. Right. Why can't I see? Okay. Share this tab instead. Oh, I didn't know you cannot see my tab. Oh. Can you guys see my tab now? So when you fill your information, you go ahead, to make payments. And when you're done with your payments, you go back to the session, the main page where you're coming from, and then you click on payment registration form, right? When you click on payment registration form, in case some of us that want to start March, you can also secure your spots today, right? And then when you get to the payment registration form, you fill in the month you will join. So I'm gonna just fill something, just anything here, just to show us what you're talking about. You put your email, select a country you want to pay for, or your country of residence. Select your status. If you're a career switcher, I'll select career switch, and then your phone number, and then you click next. I can't believe that I'm not sharing this tab. Can you see my screen now? So this is how the payments registration form looks like. So when you click on it, you fill your information in and select the options that are provided for you. Then you click next. What do you want to use? Okay, let me just fill in correct email. Okay, click next. And then you select the program that you want to intern in. I assume I want to intern in data analytics program, and I will upload the screenshots of my receipts, or you download your receipt and then you upload the receipt here. I will upload anything from my let's see, recent. So I'm not going to upload my picture as well, just to show us how this works. and then you put the name of the account you use to make payments. Just put the name, your full name, because this is important for us to have also have a second document of your payment. I'm just going to fill in anything. So next, this is where you select the cohort you want to join. So assuming you want to secure your slots, but you don't want to start with February cohort, you could select March cohort. So you just secure your spot and then start in March. Okay, that's basically how you go ahead with your payment. So I will leave this I'll leave the floor open now for questions. So if you have any questions for me, you can go ahead to ask me. If you have any question, please raise your hands and I will call you up to unmute your mic. Are we saying we understand everything I explained about Amdari and how to get into the internship? If you have questions for me, please raise your hands and ask your questions. And I will tell you to unmute your mic and ask me your questions. Ebenezer Bemu, do you have, okay, Israel. Okay, Israel, you can unmute your mic and ask your questions. Hi, Israel. You can unmute your mic and ask me your questions. Okay, I think Israel is not available right now. Israel, Ebenezer, do you have questions for me? Or do you understand totally what we're discussing today? Israel, if you can hear me, please unmute your mic and ask your questions. Hi, Sunday. Do you have questions for me? Oh, the host activated mic. Oh my god. Okay, give me a minute. Can you unmute your mic now? Please check.
Yes, good evening, coach.
All right.
Can I proceed now?
Yes, you can, please.
Okay. Good. Good evening. Sorry I joined the call very late. Uh, I, I think I joined in the middle of the session, so I just had I just have one question to ask. It's about the cybersecurity um batch. So I wanted to ask, what are the things that are really being taught in the cybersecurity course? I didn't get this because I joined in the middle of the session.
Sorry, can you come back again? Your voice is not so clear.
Give me a minute, please. So my question is this: what are the things that are being taught in the cybersecurity cohort? Do we just get to
Okay.
with the mentors, or is it that you get to apart from working on the project, okay, say someone that doesn't have a prior experience in cybersecurity and is transitioning, and how did they get to work on projects? Do they just start working on projects, or do they get to learn things, or do they get to go through a sort of class and before they start working on project? That's on the technical part.
Okay, so there is an internship, and we don't really, teach. We are not an edutech company, and we don't teach you the skills, right? So it is assumed that you probably have um beginner knowledge of cybersecurity. You must have learned online. You must have gone through boot camps or something like that. Understand?
Yes, I do.
But however, if you had gone through some courses, and it's understandable that sometimes when we go through some courses, we tend to forget some things and forget about how to use some tools, right? Our internship program, you get to, pass through a crash course to refresh your mind and to refresh your memory on the course that you're going into, the internship you're going into, refresh your minds on how the tools work before you start the internship properly. But then it is important that you must have gotten, some knowledge on the career you're trying to pursue do internship in, because it is important that as an intern, even if it's in organization, it is expected that you must have gained knowledge. You must understand what the tools are used for before going through internship. But aside that, if you already have that, we put you through crash course that will help refresh your memory before you go into the internship properly. Did that answer your question?
Okay, that answers it. Thank you.
Okay. If you have any question for me, please raise your hands and unmute your mic. Ebenezer, are you with us? Hannah?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Ebenezer, you're there. Do you have questions for me?
No, this is the
You
second
don't.
time of joining, so I think I'm clear now.
Oh, interesting. So are we expecting that you're going to be securing your spots?
Yes, sir.
When?
Maybe I might join the match.
If you're joining the match,
Forward.
how are you sure that the discount will continue till March?
Today is the 30th, and you said discount ends tomorrow. So let me see. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
So I should call you tomorrow to remind you in case you forget.
Sure.
Okay. Hannah, are you with us? Hello, Hannah. Israel, do you want to ask another question?
For now, I think the only question I have to ask is for people that are doing data analysis, because I'm trying to refer a friend as well,
Okay.
and she's already taken um, courses on data analytics, and I think she's done Excel, she's done Power BI, SQL, and all those ones. So I just wanted to understand how suitable this internship will be for someone like her, and
Okay.
because I'm not
So
sure of how long she's been doing this. I'm not sure she has worked on any project yet, but I know she has been working on this because it was mandated for them at work or something.
So as long as she's already in the course, right? She's already gaining knowledge. She must have heard about Power BI. She knows how it works. I'm very sure she must have seen videos of how it is, what it is used for, and how it works, right? That is for her, right? She will enroll for the internship, and she gets to mingle with other of her peers, other consultants, and after the crash course, she would then start using this. We don't start with the most difficult task. We try as much as we can to get easier tasks from our business partners, especially when you just started. Like you could be working with Excel, the first project, or just work with Excel and SQL. We'll gradually introduce you to, other tech stack, like using Python and other necessary tools you will need in the career that you've chosen for data analysis. That is how we work, right? So there's nothing to be scared of. It is beginner friendly. We understand that some persons must have forgot. It's just like, any tool that right? If you leave them for some time, you tend to forget. So the crash course and the beginner projects you're going to do will remind you, refresh you, will use it to, gradually welcome you into the real deal. So it is absolutely for her. She is really meant for this.
All right,
Did I
thank
answer
you.
you? Okay.
Yeah, just it. And
Hannah, okay,
I think
sorry, you're saying something.
I, I think I'll try to get the link and then share it with her and see if something she
Okay,
can
the
do.
link is in the chat. If you click, the link is in the chat. And also, when am I expecting you? Are you joining the February cohort or the March cohort, Mr. Israel?
I'd like to join the February cohort.
Okay, so you know that the discount ends 31st, which is tomorrow, honestly. I doubt if we're going to extend the discounts. We've really tried our best to reduce our fee to $450 and giving discount of 25% and 5 installment payments. Tomorrow will be the last day for our yeah. Ayo, you want to say something? Unmute your mic.
Okay, I wanted to ask that for the internship, is there like a time because of the time difference, especially when you're in a team or a group?
Okay,
Because
thank you for okay, are you done with the question?
I've been in a boot camp where like because of the time difference, it was really difficult because I work and I come back late. Like, yeah, by the time I come back, it's already middle of the night. So I want to know what is the time and how does it work?
That's a very important question, and I thank you so much for asking me. I've been expecting everyone to ask me that question. I intentionally kept quiet because of I want you guys to ask me the question, right? So this is how it works. Now, most of our consultants are from different walks of life. Some are from Africa, some are in US, Ireland, Canada, UK as well. And these places have different time zones. So now, what happens is the team you are involved in, you and your team members will all come together and choose the timing that works for you, right? So basically, you do have stand-up meetings. We have some teams that they prefer to have their stand-up meetings twice a week, Monday and Fridays, and they may decide they want to have their stand-up meetings in a particular time that fits, the entire time zones and can be comfortable for everybody, right? Most of our consultants are 9 to 5 as well, and we understand how tedious it is working and also trying to get an internship or study, right? So there's no problem with that. You have a team lead, you have team members, you do meetings together, and then you come into consensus. Are you with us? You come into consensus, the time and day that you will be having these meetings weekly and how many times you'll be having them in a week. So that is really not a problem at all. I think Ayo left the chat. I don't know if she really got my explanation. Okay. Ayo, you're back. Did you get what I was saying? Hello? You're muted. Please unmute your mic.
Yes. I got.
Exactly.
You said that like the team lead and everything, they are in different. So we'll probably be in a team where we are in the same zone.
You may not be on the same zone, but your team, you and your team members, people will do consensus. You will choose it, a time that works better for you people, right?
Okay.
Exactly. You can decide to have meetings twice a week. You guys can decide to have meetings once a week. Whatever works for you, right?
Oh,
It is
okay.
very flexible. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So when am I expecting for you to secure a slot? Which cohort are you joining, Ayo?
I was thinking the February one, I guess.
Okay.
I
Our
thought
this
yes.
is ending tomorrow, honestly. I don't know. Are we expecting you to secure your slots?
Yeah, I would. Just have to like get something, but I would. Yeah.
Okay. I will personally look for you tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Hannah Ajibola, are you with us? Okay, Israel, you want to say something? Okay.
Yes. So you said it's ending on the 31st. So that means till 12. That's till 12
12
tomorrow.
midnight tomorrow. Yes.
Okay. I think that's 12 a.m. tomorrow.
Yes. So please don't. I will please secure your slot. Even if you want to start in March, you can secure your slot so that you go through this registration form, like I explained to you people, and choose the cohort you want to join. Just ensure you secure your spot before the discount ends. Hannah, are you with me? Are you with us? Hannah Ajibola, are you with us? You can unmute your mic.
Okay, sorry, I wanted to find out how many people will constitute a team. And you mentioned that that the team will come together to kind of arrange what time they meet and what time is suitable for them. So are they all going to be like the same work? Okay, so if you're working as cybersecurity guys, everybody within that team will be cybersecurity guys, or they'll be from different would I say uh professions, like you have the business analyst together with the project manager, cybersecurity guy, all working on the same project. Hello?
Okay, so sorry. Can you see me?
Did you get me?
Yes, I got your question. So for your first question was about, please can you help me?
I was asking how many people will constitute
So it depends on your team lead. Like I said, you have a team lead, right? It depends on your team lead, how many persons he wants to, be in a team at a time, right? And then remember, these projects are not all of them are projects you work as a team. You are in a team, right? But there are projects that you all come together to work, and there are projects that everybody works on. You come and give your solution. Do you understand? So
yeah.
exactly. So you ask if there are other team members in that project. Yes, there are times where you work on projects that are cross-functional, where you have data analysts from other teams, business develop, what do you call it, HR analysts from other teams, financial analysts of the other teams. Depends on the particular project you're working at hand. So if you're working on a project that, let's say, cloud cybersecurity, there's specifically cybersecurity projects, you really don't need business analysts and all that. But then if you're working on a project that needs all other interns or other careers, right? Then you people will come together as well, have the meetings, have the discussions, have cross-functional team, engagements, come up with a solution, present your solutions to the business partners. That's how it works.
Fair enough. Yeah. Thanks.
So Terry, am I expecting that you starting with February or March?
I'm still thinking.
Why? What are you thinking about?
The money is not small now.
Terry, $90. Do you want us to fold?
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it's not what it's. I have to look at my own financial state so at the moment. You know how Nigeria is now.
I understand, but it's important you secure your slot. You can start at any time, but I don't know. I don't think we can, shift our discount further.
No, I'm
We've
not saying.
tried.
I'm not saying you shift it further. But
But it's okay. I understand, but we're always here for you whenever you're ready. Amdari is here. It's important you get hands-on experience so that you will start working ASAP, ASAP. You want to start working so that you come and tell us your success story.
no worries.
All right.
Maybe I'll
Thank you.
open a GoFundMe account.
Whatever you do, just come and register yourself. Okay, moving forward. Hannah, are you with us? I've been calling Hannah. Is Hannah sleeping? Israel, okay, unmute your mic. If Funaya has left the chat. Okay, Israel.
Yes, I was going to ask about reference. You made mention of giving references. So, and you said your consultants work in different organizations, and when they're
Sorry?
giving reference, you made mention of referencing earlier on.
Can you speak up a bit, Israel? Your voice is sounding very low.
Okay, am I audible enough now?
Yes, you're audible now.
So you made mention of referencing earlier, and then you said that the consultants work in different organizations. So when they are giving the references, where is it carrying the Amdari name, or where is the reference coming from?
So what I said is I did not say consultants work with different organizations. I say
Okay.
our business partners from different industries use us their problems, right?
I'm
So
sorry
the
about that.
reference letter is carrying Amdari, and Amdari is registered in Canada. And in the next, let's say 1 or 2 weeks, we'll also be registered in UK. So for persons, and the reason why we do that, because we have some UK client consultants that says they are requiring, UK reference from them. So we'll also get get to give you UK reference letter if you are in UK. So if you're in Canada, you also get to get Canada job reference from us for 2 years. From Amdari, do you understand?
Yes, I get it. I get it. Okay.
Okay. Augustine, are you with us? Augustine Onyeka. So guys, in case you still want to have like a one-on-one session with us, you want to ask more questions, you want to understand, in depth, my colleagues are going to drop the link to the one-on-one session. You can register and then you can talk further from there. But in case you don't have any question and you would like to secure your slot for February or March or April cohorts, I will advise you do it today or latest tomorrow because the discount is ending tomorrow. Trust me, I don't think we are going to, extend this discount further. So I'm super excited to have you guys on board today. It was really an interesting session. I'm happy to have you guys. See you next time if you're going to be joining us. Maybe next year, next month if we're having for our March cohort. And see you guys. Take care of yourselves, and we'll call it a day. Bye, guys. Thank you for having me.
Wọ́n ti kó ni. Bàbá yẹn lẹ pa. Ọwọ́ ti ọwọ́ ti kì í. ẹ ti jẹun ẹ ẹ ti jẹun. Lọ lórí tẹ̀ ẹ́. Mi jẹ́ kí n fi ti padà wá. Mo rò bóyá ẹ náà wò ó. Bon. Alpha. Hmm? Mo ń jẹun. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Ọkùnrin ẹ̀ rí. Okay. Christmas and not that. Wow, Christmas. I want to continue this.